Hello, friends. Welcome in. Happy Thursday, which is kind of weird to say. I'm not usually a Thursday guy, but oh, also my fan is on. Hold on. I don't want that to disrupt the audio. Hold on. I usually remember to turn that off before I go live. Unless it's really toasty, then I'll leave it on because that's important, obviously. But oh, you can see I really have my life together because my birthday commands are also still going off. Also, I did make a couple changes, which you guys will probably be able to tell right away with the captions and just some of my scenes. They're pretty small changes other than the captions themselves. But yeah, if you notice, that's why I actually had to make some changes because apparently, for all my streamers out there, and I will say hello to everyone in just a second, but let me finish this one brain thought. But yeah, apparently, to all my streamers out there who use OBS, it can make your OBS crash if you have a display capture and a game capture in the same scene. You're apparently not supposed to have them in the same scene. You're supposed to have separate scenes for them, which is really strange because I feel like I see a lot of streamers use both on the same scene and have no problems. But if your OBS has been crashing, as you saw mine was a little bit on Sunday, then that could be why. So I fixed that, and while I was in there, I got super hyper focused and just fixed a bunch of other things too. Because I wasn't really happy with how our captions were before, in my opinion. Nobody complained about them or anything, which if you had, that'd be valid, but nobody complained about them or anything. It's just they seemed really small to me, and I couldn't make them any bigger with how they were. And I've been wanting to switch to the dyslexia friendly font as well, but it requires like a little bit more space. So hopefully this little spot at the bottom can work for us and be a little more helpful for those who need the captions consistently. Oh, interesting. I'm not as familiar with the nested scenes. I feel like I've tried that a few times and gotten a little bit confused. Um, but that makes sense. It does, it does. Okay, let me say hi to everyone before I get too lost in the sauce. I haven't seen you all in a minute, so I feel like I have a lot of things to randomly talk about. Mostly I went live just because I missed y'all and I wanted to yap. I'm not really sure how long I'll be able to be live today. My body is definitely still not doing its best. Partially because of the long stream, partially just it's been a couple weeks of spiciness. Partially because of the weather, I think. It's been very stormy here. And that can change the pressure and that can make everything really cranky. So I think I'm getting beaten up a little bit by the weather, perhaps. But I figured I'd come yap, come play a little game, and we'll see how long we last, and that's okay. I'm trying to try to be more flexible with myself, up and coming in terms of I'd rather show up for a little bit than feel like I have to be able to show up for 6 hours or don't show up at all. Sometimes I get caught in that like all or nothing, black and white, autistic thinking. So, yeah, trying to reverse that a little bit. But yeah, Ghost, welcome in. Cookie, welcome in. Cookie, congratulations on first. Poppy, welcome in. Lexi, hello, welcome in. Zeri, hello, welcome in. Lil Soup, welcome in. Sai, hello, welcome in. Lil Soup, thank you for the hydrate. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. I am trying to be better about my hydrates, so y'all feel free to redeem those whenever. Margins, hello, welcome in. Also, by the way, Margins, I don't know if you saw, because I know not everybody checks their Twitch whispers, but I sent you your Sims game code that you won during the birthday stream. So, that should be in your DMs. Sean Bond, hello, welcome in. And thank you to everyone who did their daily clicks. In addition to our daily clicks, just as a reminder, I will be doing my best to keep up to date with approximately my goal is once a week, but it really depends on if the subjects are time sensitive or if they last longer. But I've been making our new action command. I updated it today with 4 new actions, political actions you can take. This is we talked about it once before, but in case y'all weren't here, just an effort to kind of curb that feeling that I know I was feeling, that I know a lot of you expressed feeling with how much the Trump presidency is doing all of the time. It can be really overwhelming to keep up, and it can become easy to become a little bit complacent because you're just so overwhelmed that you're not sure what to do. And I'm not saying these specific things are the best or the most important things, or that they're going to solve, all the problems or anything like that. But I personally thought it would be helpful if once a week or so I provide you with 3 or 4 things you can do that take less than 5 minutes, and help you feel a little bit more engaged and like you're participating and things like that. So that's always going to be !action. This week we've got 3 petitions you can sign, and then a place to donate if you can, even $5, even just a few dollars, to help the folks in Gaza. There's a project called the Samir Project that is an on-the-ground project, so they're able to do a little bit more because they're not reliant on, the aid trucks getting in, which has been a problem recently. It was recommended by a valuable account I follow on Blue Sky called Workshops for Gaza as one that has been quite helpful for the people on the ground. So just a couple of action items you can save for yourself. And again, I'm only updating them at most once a week. So just finding a spot in your week where you could do maybe a total of 20 minutes worth of actions, or even if you can only do one, that would be good too. Hi, Celine. Celine, thank you so much for boosting the Discord server. I really appreciate all of you who boost the Discord server. I've actually never asked anybody to do that, and we've maintained a tier 3 Discord server for like 2 years now, just because so many of you very kindly use your 1 free Nitro boost on our server, and so we have really good features in our Discord, so thank you. I appreciate that. Hi, Lamb. Yes, I did do some changes to the scenes, Aaron, including updating our captions. Let me know what y'all think. My goals were to make the captions bigger. I didn't like how small they were. I felt like that wasn't very accessible. And I wanted to switch to the dyslexia-friendly font for our dyslexic pals. So hopefully these work a little bit better. I've been meaning to do that for ages, but, negative 12 spoons as always. So I appreciate your patience with me, but we did get it done. I also did a update to our alerts, so if anyone does any follows, resubs, biddies, etc., y'all can see those too. I tried to make those also a little more readable than they were before. So, Leo, hello, welcome in. If I didn't already say, Fee, hello, welcome. Welcome. Aw, thank you. I honestly hope to do more with the Discord in terms of hanging out more often in the future, but it's kind of like, again, negative 12 spoons always. But the aspiration is there. We do exclamation point crunchy. And I mean, I will also say some of the mods do this already. Accurate. I'm very crunchy today. Not as crunchy I would have been though, because my PT got canceled actually, so I got a little bit of a, well, not canceled. I had to go in for a note, which is when they do like a paperwork update for insurance. And so I went in, but I didn't do any exercise. I thought I was going to, but apparently they can't until the note gets approved. So, lay shrug. I'll take it. It means I don't have to have extra chronic pain for the next day and a half. It was actually a weird appointment. I don't know for those, I know quite a few of you have done physical therapy before. She basically told me that she doesn't think that I should be in physical therapy anymore. She wants me to finish out my next 3 sessions that I have left and then just do an at-home program. Basically she said that I'm strong and like my flexibility is not that bad, and like, yeah, obviously my chronic pain is still here though, so it's really confusing to me because my doctor is saying that there's not much else she can do to identify what the problem is. And my physical therapist is saying that she's going to send me on my way, which is kind of the only thing that I'm doing right now. I mean, I have a couple of referrals to a few things, but they're not for my chronic pain except for the pain specialist. But I have heard from my therapist that apparently sometimes if you get a good pain specialist, sometimes they will also help you with referrals because they're like a little bit more knowledgeable about patients with chronic pain. So I don't know. I'm a little confused, honestly, but I'm happy to not have. I mean, I already have so many appointments that it'll be nice not to have PT every single week too. But it is confusing. I'm not really sure if it makes sense. Yeah, she basically sent me on my way. She was like, I mean, unfortunately, when it comes to insurance, I have to be able to prove that this is providing a benefit to you and your pain is not improving and you're not really weak, so I can't really show like strength growth that much either. So it's kind of hard for me to push for continued sessions. But it was just kind of strange to me because my last physical therapy place had me for way longer, like way longer, and never talked about discontinuing. So I don't know if I'll wind up going back there. It's not gonna matter anyways because for a little bit I need to do pelvic floor physical therapy, and I'm pretty sure insurance only covers one kind of physical therapy at a time because when I did occupational therapy, I couldn't do physical therapy at the same time. So I think I was gonna have to take a break anyways, but me at healthcare, that's so real, banana. I went to the doctor for some gender affirming, got put on finasteride, and then went for a walk with my nephew 2 days ago, and I'm still sore. Fair enough. I'm glad you got some gender affirming care, though. Very importante. I don't yet, baby, have a pain specialist, but I just got a referral, or my doctor just agreed to give me a referral. So I should have one soon. And I'm intrigued to see if they'll be more helpful because my PCP has basically said my blood work isn't abnormal enough to send me to any other specialists in terms of like something like rheumatology or something like that. I asked her if there was anything else we could do in terms of trying to figure out what was actually causing the chronic pain because right now she's just doing things to manage it and not even much. It was just physical therapy, which now they're canceling. And she said, not really, because you have no rheumatological markers, so I can't send you to rheumatology. I was like, oh, I don't really like that answer, I'm not gonna lie. So we'll see. We'll see how the heck this goes. I hope so too. I'm glad that you found a good one. I think I saw you talking about that on Blue Sky at one point, which is always good. Someone who's not invalidating. Yeah, I don't know what's up with rheumatology and rejecting everyone. They're so finagly, which is annoying. I've been experiencing a weird new chronic pain symptom too, which always happens to me. Just random new things happen. I'm like, please, leave me alone. My collarbone has been hurting, which had never happened before. But I am getting 4 new medications, including a new, like, day-to-day pain medication. It's just a different NSAID, but she doesn't want me on ibuprofen anymore because I've been taking, like, too much ibuprofen for way too long. She's like, that's definitely not good for you. And I was like, I mean, yeah, it's not really something I wanted to do. But you're not doing anything to fix the problem, so I don't know what you expect. So we'll see. We shall see. It's all a bit in limbo right now. Some good things are happening, though. A couple good referrals, and fingers crossed that those referrals continue to identify issues. Because as soon as I started going into the OBGYN and she started I have actually a good, I would say my only really good doctor right now is my OBGYN doctor. She's great. She really listens and she doesn't have an ego problem like a lot of doctors do. She's willing to admit where she has like a lack of knowledge on certain things. She almost immediately recognized that she thought that I have endometriosis, which no one else has ever brought up. And then promptly she was like, okay, I do think you have endometriosis. I'm not 100% sure about your old PCOS diagnosis because we couldn't do the procedure, but I'm going to send you to a specialist for those. And I was like, oh, okay. And then also I had an abnormal pap smear, so she's recommending, and I didn't have to advocate for anything either. She was like, because you couldn't do the previous procedure, I think we're going to put you under anesthesia. So I'm going to be able to get a more confirmed diagnosis as to whether or not I have endometriosis, which not a lot of people get. Is very lucky. A lot of people live with the pain for a long time and they think they have endo, but endo can only be confirmed through basically a surgery, like a exploratory surgery, which is obviously not the most accessible. So rheumatology got really overwhelmed during COVID and post-COVID and started rejecting a lot. Yeah, that happened to a lot of fields, so that makes a lot of sense to me, Sean Bon. It does. It does. And to be fair, it's still COVID also. I don't think that you meant it in any kind of bad way, so just gentle feedback that like post-COVID's not really a real thing. I know people say it a lot, so you probably just using the language a lot of people use, but we actually have a brand new COVID variant literally happening right now. Mostly in China at the moment, but it's touching base here in the US. Just in time for a summer spike, as it always is. Terribly. Make sure you're taking care of yourselves the best you can, y'all. Nasal sprays, mouthwash, masking. Get your updated vaccine. Because this one is pretty brutal. It's been described as feeling like there are razor blades going down your throat or burning in your throat, which I don't think anybody wants. So do your best with what you have and what you can to avoid it and protect yourself and others. My rheumatologist that I saw for only one day was worried about me taking so much ibuprofen, and I'm like, shrug. Yeah, I mean, I know it's bad for you. Like, it says, like, I've heard many times that can be bad for, like, your liver and stuff, to take it consistently. But I'm like, well, but if you're not gonna offer me anything else, and I can barely function as it is, I'm not really sure what you want from me. But if you have still not figured, I mean, I'm obviously not a doctor. But if you still haven't figured it out with your doctor, my doctor recommended at least switching to a different NSAID than the one I had been using so that it wouldn't be the same consistent attack on my body. So I don't know if that would be helpful, but I get you, Sean Bon. I get you. And I feel like most of the time assume that you all know what I mean, but Twitch is weird, so I'd rather say it and make sure it's clear to others, if anything, even if you all really do know. I hope that makes sense, but yeah, I get you, I get you. I didn't take it any kind of bad way. A lot of times I'll use the language of like during the lockdown versus like after the lockdown, or sometimes I'll say like when people started pretending that COVID ended. That kind of language helps me sort of, because there is a difference, I think, from back then to now that people are trying to point out, but they just often don't always know how to do that. I get you. Yeah, yeah. I appreciate that, Celine. I have a lot of friends who do the same thing in their spaces, and I also appreciate it. So, even though sometimes it feels a little awkward, because I sometimes feel like I'm preaching to the choir, it's important to me always when it comes to streaming and this space that I don't assume that people know, because sometimes that's how it you leave space for people who are problematic to um think that they can be comfortable where you are. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I didn't welcome you here, but I also didn't say that this was explicitly unwelcome, so you thought you were. And I'm not trying to have that either. I'm not trying to have any, um, you know, folks lurking in the shadows. Hydrate. Sip, sip. Reminder, chat room. Sip, 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 sip. But yeah, kind of like I said, overall, body's been a little cranky, so I also put it in the Discord in case y'all didn't see. I'm gonna take a little schedule break. Um, I have weird feelings about streaming and schedules. Hi, entity, welcome in. Um, Streaming and schedules and I are constantly beefing. If I'm being honest. How do I explain? It's the a lot of people with odd HD experience this. I don't know if I have ADHD. I feel much more confident in my self-diagnosis of autism. Like that just I feel like every part of my brain screams autism. Like I just like relate to everything that they, from the criteria and stuff. But I'm not sure about ADHD, but one thing that happens to me as someone who has autism and chronic illness is that my brain and my body are always fighting. I feel like for the odd HD people, it's like two different parts of your brain are fighting. For me, it's my brain versus my body. So my brain loves routine, loves structure, like really thrives off of, kind of showing up at the same time every day and knowing exactly what I'm doing and like having a whole plan for the week. However, chronic illness has different thoughts. It says, that plan that you made, I'm gonna disrupt that every single time. And so I feel sometimes frustrated by the fact that I look back at my streaming career and what it always is I have a strict schedule for a period of time, then my body gives out on me, then I have to give up on the schedule for a while, then I start to feel better again, not because I leave the schedule necessarily, because if I felt better every time I didn't have a schedule, I would just stop doing it. Because you got to take care of yourself in whatever way works. So, not in that sense, but it's just more that my health will stabilize and destabilize on me. And so when it's stable, my brain is like, yes, let's go back to our schedule. And then it destabilizes on me out of nowhere. And then I have to abandon the schedule. And I just get so annoyed at it. And I often struggle with feeling bad about it because I feel like I want to, I don't know, I want to be consistent, because this is something that's important to me. Building this community is important to me. Growing as a creator is important to me. Like, it's a dream of mine. It's something that I want to achieve. And the more consistent you are, the better it is in general on social media, in terms of growth and things like that, growing your community. So I get frustrated with it, but it just really is the unfortunate reality. Like there's not much I can do about it. So again, we're back to the conversation we were having the other day about trying not to stress about things that are not in your control, really. But hi Ernesto, hi Richie, welcome in. How are you both? Thank you for doing your daily click, friend. Thank you, thank you. I like having a plan for the week, but if I have to do the same things every week, I will explode. Do you have the ADHD, Lamb? Because that's how I feel like a lot of my ADHD friends feel. Um, or especially the ADHD. The toasties like that too. They need a plan, but also they hate the plan. It's always interesting because I'm always trying to help them plan, and they're like, yes, please keep helping me plan, but also I hate it. But I love you. Thank you for helping me, but I kind of hate it. And I'm like, honestly, real. Real and fair. Yep. Exactly, Aaron. Exactly. Exactly. I relate to the self diagnosis of autism. I feel like I fit the criteria, but I don't have a professional diagnosis. I always feel guilty about self diagnosis. I act the most neurotypical. Oh, I mean, we are very pro self diagnosis in this space. I think it is important in a modern day where like social media really warps the perspective of what certain conditions are, to do your own research on the criteria and see if it fits, and if it feels like you, I think, like, if you feel like you've done enough research on it and it fits you, then don't feel bad about it, honestly. There are so many barriers to accessing a, I don't know why that word came out weird, accessing a diagnosis, financial, health insurance, um especially in this political climate with like RFK like trying to make fucking autism lists. Like, I can also see people not wanting to get a diagnosis just because it doesn't feel safe. So I could go on and on, honestly. Um, doesn't mean that as someone who doesn't have a diagnosis, it's important. I've heard a lot of people talk about the fact that in a way, having a diagnosis is a privilege because you had the ability to access it. And on the other hand, sometimes not having a diagnosis is a privilege because you can potentially, depending on what your support needs levels are, day to day type of thing, or your social capacity and things like that, if you're able to mask and like sort of hide in the shadows, that can be a bit of a privilege because some folks with higher support needs can't do that. And so if you're a lower support needs or a medium support needs person, just making sure you're advocating for and thinking about low support needs community members when you're talking about autism, I think that's really important as well. But yeah, I don't know. People can have their opinions, but I'm very supportive of self diagnosis here. I think the thing for me that is, I always come back to is, even if you're wrong, okay, like let's say you're wrong, and that happens. It's okay. I still wonder sometimes if I have CPTSD or autism or both because they can look similar sometimes. It's okay if you're wrong, but if you're wrong and you're self-diagnosed, I really don't know what harm you're doing. Like, I don't understand why people get so upset because you can't access resources without a diagnosis. So you're not taking away resources from anyone. And to be honest, even if you were using resources, I don't really think about it as taking away resources from other people. There should be enough for everyone, but there's not always, so I get it. But you can't access them if you don't have a diagnosis. So at most, you're helping yourself understand yourself a little bit better. Something about that condition you relate to, that community you relate to, helps you feel seen, it helps you feel connected. I don't see how that hurts anybody as long as you're not spreading misinformation and you're not being disrespectful or hurtful to other autistic people in the community. If you start doing those things, we might have a problem. But otherwise, if you're just using it to understand yourself, to find community, I don't see how it hurts anybody, really. So, yeah, that happens too, Lamb. That happens too. I saw someone on my timeline, a mutual, but someone I don't know that well, was talking about having a bad experience trying to get an ADHD diagnosis. And it's the worst sometimes. I'm like, sometimes you could genuinely be wrong, and I know that that's really hard to come to terms with. If something feels right and it turns out it's something else, like I get it. And on the other hand, a lot of doctors have really bad preconceived notions about certain conditions, especially I feel like autism and ADHD right now, because there's an increase of knowledge and awareness, there's an increase of diagnoses, and then people are like, well, you can't all have ADHD and autism. We can't all be neurodivergent. I'm like, oh, God, y'all are so annoying. Um, and so sometimes when you go into those, like evaluations, those doctors are biased from the beginning, especially, I don't know your situation specifically, but especially for folks who are AFAB, I feel like you may not fit the diagnosis because it was like aligned specifically for boys as well. So it's just, there's so much that can, and also like a racial element, depending on, your doctor's biases could play a part because it can show up differently for different communities, um, etc. So, just one doctor saying no doesn't necessarily mean that it's the case. Such a life contradiction. Yes, that's what I hear from all my ADHD friends. I get you. I get you. Mm-hmm. Hi, Roxy. Hi, Zai. Welcome in. Sorry, I'm a little late to saying hello to you all. I was on talking about uh the medical system and all that kind of chronic illness stuff always gets me going. I wish the self-diagnosis as a kid. I only just diagnosed last year and school was rough. Mm-hmm. Allows you to accommodate yourself, which is important. Someone slapped me. Okay, well, I'm not gonna slap you, but if I notice anything, it is an important thing for me with our community that everyone remains open to feedback. And that feedback is taken and understand. I know you would, of course, but um it's really important to me that feedback is taken as, hey, this is something I want you to know so that you can still be a part of the community, and not like a punishment type of thing. That's why we have our feedback command, but it's always a good reminder. I know rejection sensitivity can crop up and it can be really hard. I totally get that, but um, you won't know if I'm angry at you. Or if it's something other than just like a neutral piece of feedback. I promise. You probably, if if it's not neutral feedback, you're probably gonna get blocked. I'm not gonna lie. So if I'm giving you the feedback, it's because I think that, you know, that we have some sense of understanding of each other and we're just trying to clarify type of thing. Yeah, you often have to find a doctor who specializes in AFAB autism presentation. TLDR was basically this doctor won't give it to me because it's probably just really bad depression and anxiety. Also insinuated I was too smart to have it. That doesn't even make sense. Your intelligence level has literally nothing to do with being neurodivergent. Please. Anyways, I know you know that. I'm preaching to the choir, but. Oh, Gnarly is like a silly reference to the Cat's Eye song that came out recently. Um, And I just said that because the infants are annoying. And the song is basically the fact that gnarly can be a good thing or a bad annoying thing. Like that's the premise of the song. And I kind of feel like infants, I love them and I hate them. So he was just a silly haha, honestly. A low brain cell um silly haha title. Yeah, I think that's also a very valid question, Aaron, and probably not in any effective way is the answer. So, sorry, I got distracted. I asked on my Blue Sky what my fellow chronically ill, disabled, neurodivergent streamers what their like schedule is because I'm trying to get a vibe. Oh, I was saying this before, but I've been thinking a lot about content stuff, and I'm not making any big changes right now because I've discovered with myself I have a habit of making big changes sometimes a little too fast. So just thoughts, just thinking. Um, but I noticed just from observation that a lot of my fellow disabled creators who I look up to and who I've seen achieve pretty good success, um, their strategy, I mean, just from an outside perspective, I noticed they show up really consistently. Like they show up and come hang out quite a bit, but just not as long. And also I've noticed they don't do as many like events and stuff. Um and so I'm thinking to learn from that and take a little page out of their book and perhaps try to show up more often for less time. But I have this summertime with no schedule, little schedule breaks, so it's a good time to explore and give it a try. Part of the problem is I yap for like an hour every time I'm here. No worries, Sean Bomb. Maybe we'll catch you after if you're free, and if not, I'll see you soon. Take care. Thanks for chatting with us. Hi, Shake. Shake, you're getting so close to 100 happy flaps. Let's go. Let's second go. That's so awesome. Thank you for being here almost 100 times. That's really cool. That's really rad, actually. All right, chat room. Let me open um our game. Okay, why is it not showing the game though? Okay, there we go. The cats are not in here right now, but if they come and hang out, I will happily put the cat cam on for y'all for sure. I don't know where they're hanging out at the moment. Last time I saw them, they were in the dining room together. One was on the cat tree and the other was resting on a chair. So, they're being sleepy bees at the moment. Also, let's see who has the brain cell. BB! Hopefully that will help you with your day. You have the brain cell, my friend. It's just a silly little running joke in our community, where we say we share one brain cell. So once an hour, the bot gives the brain cell to one person. So you get him for the next hour. Hopefully he helps you in any endeavors you have today. Okay, we're gonna get back into our 100 baby challenge today. If you haven't been here before, or you haven't been here in a minute. Also, I had like some big streams where we haven't played for a second, so that's also super fair. Sometimes I just don't remember what the heck I'm even doing in the game. So I'll try to give a little refresh before we get into it. Once the save loads. I've also updated, I think, all my mods, so hopefully everything will be good, but hi, Kate. It's good to see you. How are you? My cat needs a brain cell taken away. She's too smart. Real. Real and valid. But yeah, if you haven't been here before, this is our current matriarch, you could say, instead of matriarch. Foggy. Foggy uses they them pronouns. We change matriarchs, so the person who's having the babies, every 10 babies, just for funsies. It's just something that helps me with the keeps the brain cell invested and interested. And right now we're at 28 babies total, so we have 2 more babies to have with this sim, Foggy. And we also change baby themes every 5 babies. We have a wheel spinner that randomizes. So our first 5 babies from this generation were themed after Rugrats. We only have 2 kids left from the Rugrats crew, which is so sad because I love the Rugrats crew. We have Angelica, who technically could move out, but I don't want to because I'm obsessed with her, so just let it be. Okay, don't ask. Plus, having a teenager around helps. And so we have her for a bit. We have Kimmy, who is a kid, who's our other Rugrats kid who I adore. And then our second set of babies under Foggy were themed after days of the week. So we have Tuesday. Oh, Tuesday's sleeping, but Tuesday, Friday, who just aged up, and Sunday. So we got some cuties. We got some cutie pies. I'm glad we could provide you some chill vibes, Kate. Very good. Very good, very good. Yeah, they have been for a while. In general, Israel's been escalating to doing some more attacks on other nearby countries. And without getting too deep into it, that is unfortunately what happens when you let a country continue to partake in a genocide with no consequences on a global scale. Which I know you all know, but I think it is important to remember that. They aren't going to just stop with Palestine, as much as they want you to believe that. They want power and control. And money. I think the captions need to be moved down just slightly. If I can click the right thing. Let's see if that works. Okay. Hi, Puppo. Welcome in. Welcome in. Sorry, that's the first thing that you walk in on, but also it's true. Thank you for doing your daily click as well. I do love Foggy. It's gonna be a sad day when our time with Foggy is over. I won't lie. They're kind of my fave. I haven't played with this save enough that I keep messing up all the Sims pronouns. Too many gaps in my brain cell. Okay, it's Friday at 8 p.m. Foggy's doing great. Oh! Dang, Angela! Angela! Hello? Why are you being so intense for? Okay. Anyways, so why don't you make some din? Let's put this cake away. Wait, this is a new thing that they added, these little... I want that gone. There's already too much UI on the screen. Somebody showed me how to do it, but I don't remember. Tutorials and tips. Enable... Oh, I bet that's that. I'm doing okay today, Puppo. Yeah, I guess it's a good time. No, but I haven't asked if everybody's day was a color. What color would their day be and why? If y'all want to tell me. I feel like I yapped a lot about how I was doing. But I'm doing okay. My body is pretty cranky right now, so just trying to do a lot of extra resting and like actually resting, which is very hard. Which means lots of just in bed time. Honestly, reading, scrolling, I've been doing a little bit of coloring as well. even though sometimes that does aggravate my wrists. But sometimes my brain cell can really only take so much of just potatoing, as much as it probably needs even more potato time. I've been binging the show The Pit, which is a medical drama. That's been really fun as well. I've been enjoying that a lot. And started reading the Legendborn series with Toasty. Not very far yet, but I've heard really good things, so fingers crossed. Ooh, food first, yes. The color system is just basically like, is very personal, so whatever color you associate with however you're feeling that day, like orange might be anxiety for me, but like calming and relaxing for someone else. So there's no like set system, if that makes sense. It's just a way to share how you're doing for your day, but if you find it confusing, some people don't, it's like not their favorite, you can also just tell me how your day is going. It's just a way for me to ask how you've been, basically. Omelet, Mod, and Foggy. Well, then you just like all the founders. That's been all of our founders so far, which I like. A cloudy gray, not the best, but not yesterday's stormy gray. I'm glad it's a little better. Allison, thank you for the hydrate, friend. How are you? Orange is pink, but happy with food. Magenta, icky, and a little low spoon. Magenta's a good color for a low spoon day, I feel like. I could relate to that, honestly. Alright, let's get some of these kids some food before bed, as they are hangry. A sea glass color. Ooh, that's a fun color. Just feels like the start of summer. I like that. Angelica's going through a rebellious phase, you know? As much as I wish to be annoyed about that, it really couldn't be more accurate to who Angelica is as a person, so I guess I can't complain. Allison, for me, it would be bright red, but that's just because I always remember teachers writing it like grades in red on sheets of paper, mostly on like TV shows and stuff. Not really IRL that much, but I'm writing the grades in green. Then green is a great color. I love that. I don't know what color. I think my day would be mm, like sand color, like tan maybe. Kind of a weird, confusing day. Not exactly sure how I feel. Kind of in between on my body stuff and in between. I've had a lot of like doctor experiences recently that were like partially good, partially bad. And so my brain doesn't know how to process them because some aspects have been good, some aspects have been irritating, and I'm not sure what's going to come of them moving forward. It's also been really gray and stormy here. A couple of you mentioned it being stormy where you are. Same. Or like not stormy, but just rainy, I guess, would be more accurate. Um, and so I feel like very eepy sleepy as well in general. Oh, actually, Angelica isn't grade A yet, so we actually can't move her out. I thought she was already grade A, but not quite yet. If you use mods at all, you can use MCC Command Center to have a lot of control over your relationship levels with different people. I know some people don't like mods though, so it kind of depends on your personal preference. Oh, Foggy. This is broken. Please repair. They did go through a lot, Omelette. They had a very interesting journey. Very complicated journey. So, I get that. That's why I always let you all choose who the heir is, even though sometimes it means that I don't get to have who I want, which obviously can sometimes be like a bummer for like a moment, but I really like that stories happen that I never would have expected. Um, because you all pick people that I probably never would have picked. It's kind of like a fun challenge. Because we all get stuck in our ways when you play The Sims, or at least I know I do, and I know a lot of people talk about it, where like you play the same type of story over and over again because you just have certain things that you personally like. Um, and so I think when you all choose, it kind of like challenges me to try different things in a fun way. Made my build catalog look weird. The only time I've ever seen my build catalog look weird is when UI cheats or better build by are not up to date. Um, so it might not have been MCCC. It might have been that one of your other mods was not up to date. It hacks up the whole like build UI. I've noticed. You don't even have to delete it. You can just go to the creator's website and download the newest version and drag it in. And when you drag it in, your computer should say, oh, there's already a file that matches that in here. And you can ask it to replace that file, basically. And you should do that every single time that The Sims has an update. I know that that's very annoying. Like I'm being the butt hurt. Sorry, I got distracted because it said Angelica's feeling butt hurt from her high maintenance trait, which made me giggle. It is very annoying slash Jen. But basically every time that I see that there's a Tuesday update on my game, I sit down and update. Not all my mods, like I leave my CC alone. It doesn't usually have any problems like furniture, clothes, none of that usually really is affected. That's not always true, but that's just my general experience. But anything that affects like your gameplay more so, then that's what you need to update. So any of your if you have like UI cheats, better build by, tool mod, Lumpinow's like LGBTQIA mod, and not always do they need to be updated, but you should just go check and see if there is an update, basically. I get butthurt sometimes too. Sometimes the updates do take a little while, depending on who the creator is, because obviously, you know, they're not being paid, so they're just working at the pace that they can. I actually don't have any of Twisted Mexie's mods in my game anymore, except for Better Exceptions, because this is not, I want to emphasize, not a hateful thing towards him or anything like that, because he does amazing work. His mods are incredible. They help make the game much more enjoyable for a lot of people. But personally, for me, I play the game way too much, basically. And for someone who plays way too much, he takes too long to update his mods. And I don't like my game being like busted for that long of a period. I keep better exceptions though, because it does notify me if there are certain mods that are incompatible or broken, which I find helpful. But yeah, other mods, I find the people are really good at it. Like UI cheats often gets updated like the day of the update, within just a couple hours, which I don't expect that from everyone, but I do appreciate. It is very much appreciated. It's very helpful as a content creator. Yeah, and it sucks because I actually really like BBB and I actually really like Tool Mod, but there have been times where Twisted Mexi took so long to update the mod, there was another update already by the time that it came out. So it's kind of just like, okay, at that point for me, like just my personal preferences, I'm not going to put the pressure on him or anything. Like for me, then it's like, okay, it's not worth it anymore. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it happened not that long ago. And I think that was the point where I was like, okay, I think this is just taking too long for my personal preferences. I think it works okay for people who don't, play the game super often, but at that rate, you're going to be like putting the mod in, taking it out while it's broken, putting it in, taking it out. Like, it's just, is it worth it? You work it, then and reverse it. And the answer for me is no. I don't think so. To be fair, I don't know what goes on with Twisted Mexi. I'm being slash genuine. I don't know this man. I don't know what his life story is. But there's been like a one time where he posted on social media and he was like, "Sorry, I didn't update the mod for forever. I was in jail." And I was like, "Oh, I don't know what for. I'm not making any assumptions. Maybe it wasn't for anything bad. Heck, the quote unquote justice system, ACAB. So like, I don't know what he was doing, but that made me giggle. I was like, oh, I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't that. I don't know what it was, but it was not that. Why are you scared to sleep? Oh, from having a nightmare. Okay, hold on. I'll come comfort you real quick. That's a good language. I appreciate that. I've been watching some of the Karen Reed trial with Toasty, which you all always hear them talk about. And God, it has done nothing but affirm for me that I mean, this is not something I'm surprised about at all, to be clear. I wrote a paper about how Law and Order SVU was cop propaganda back in ninth grade. So I'm not surprised, but sometimes just having something affirmed for you is helpful. And so this case has been so affirming to my belief that the criminal legal system is so bad. So bad. They spent $325,000, and it's unclear if that's the total amount or like the bonus, but the state spent that much money, at least, if not more, to hire a man who basically did uh like middle school skill level, quote unquote, scientific analysis. And that's, the term scientific is highly questionable. he put on a cosplay of the man who died, put paint on his arm, and then had a car back up into him at like 2 miles per hour, and then rotated his body to show that it could have happened that way. Which is just straight up, I have a theory and I'm going to show you that my theory is right. Not that I'm going to make any effort to actually prove my theory. And then he was like, yeah, but it definitely happened that way. I'm confident that it happened that way. And the defense team is like, you just like actually have no proof that that actually happened that way. So, I don't know about all that. It's really bad. It's really bad. It's really funny though. He's been getting reamed on the stand. And before him, the guy he worked with on the same team lied about his degree and got called out on it on the stand. He lied for years on several different CVs saying that he had this degree, and he still to this day does not have that degree. And they hired him as an expert without checking. Oh yeah, the doubt is extremely strong. I honestly doubt she's going to get charged with much of anything at all. The case has been so bad. So bad. Oh, I forgot to tell you all, by the way, that there was, I put it in the Discord. Also, hi, Mouse. There was an announcement by the Sims team of some upcoming stuff. To be fair, it's basically a, how would I say this? It's basically a, roadmap, letting us know when the roadmap is coming. It's a little funny, in that sense. But if you are like me and often chomping at the bit for, you know, more information, then maybe you would still like it. I'm not sure. But we're supposed to be getting a new roadmap, a summer roadmap on, let's see. Oh my gosh, apparently there's gonna be, oh my god, wait, Molly was right. Molly was right. What the heck? So, okay, wait. Now I need to show you all this. Hi, Trifle. Welcome in. Hold on. So, let me see. That's so funny. I can't believe Molly was right on that. So, we got this update. Let me go over here. This is our roadmap to the roadmap, basically. Which is a little ridiculous, but it's still interesting. Hi, DB. Welcome in. Hi, Trifle. Hello, hello, friends. So we got this Sim Your Summer update, and we saw this where it says The Sims live stream, and I was watching English Simmer, Molly the English Simmer. Let me give her a shout out because I love her. Oh, my message failed to send. Why? What? Okay, what if I do the big one? People were trying to figure out why it says The Sims live stream, like THEE instead of The Sims live stream. And a lot of people thought it was like you are saying, Celine, like Shakespearean, maybe like Sims Medieval type of vibes. But Molly was like, the only thing I'm really thinking of, honestly, is Meg the Stallion. And I think she's doing a live stream. I think she's part of the live stream. I just saw the announcement. Or Megan the Stallion, excuse me. Sorry. So, kind of wild that she predicted that. Hi, Ghost. Welcome in. Oh, why'd I say hi? I already said hi to you earlier. Forgive me. Enjoy your lurk, pal. I can't think straight, apparently. But yeah, we're getting the roadmap on the 5th, so we'll get to learn like what packs are up and coming, which I'm excited for. I don't really care about Sims free play respectfully. If you do, totally, which is not my thing. And then we're getting a Sims board game, which y'all know I love a good board game. So I'm pretty excited about the Sims board game. I'm nervous about the pricing, but I'm intrigued, to say the least. The upcoming event. Oh, you're talking about there's like some kind of event where you can earn like nature items. I don't really like anything where certain items are locked behind you have to play this certain way within this certain time or you don't get the items. I think the items are cute. I want the outhouse and a couple of the other things. Like, I like what they put out there, if that makes sense. Oh, nice. Foggy got to level 10 of the handiness skill. Very good. Very good, gamer. But yeah, I just don't think it's the most accessible. There are people who are disabled, they work, they are parents, there's just so many reasons that someone might not be able to play within a certain time frame. I also personally really don't like having to play a certain way, like certain challenges. Like it would be one thing, and I'm not super up to date on the details with it. So if that's not how this one is, then do forgive me. But if it's like anything like the other ones, it's just not my favorite in terms of that kind of thing. I think if it was like a login event where all you had to do was log in and play like your normal gameplay, maybe I'd be more into it. But yeah, I agree. I agree, Entity, so much. I thought that was silly when Nintendo got butthurt over people modding their game. Yes, the swimsuits are giving that vibe. They are giving that vibe. I can neither confirm or deny, but I think they are giving the vibe. I didn't realize it was going to be Saturday and these guys weren't going to have school. Whoopsie. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was kind of wild behavior by Nintendo to be like, yeah, we're actually not gonna update this incredibly popular game that people are still playing at a very high rate. But also if you want to mod it to be able to continue to have more things and play and keep it interesting, you're in trouble. I was like, okay, what? Pack locked rewards. What does that mean, Puppo? I haven't seen anything about it. I've been a little out of the loop during my potato eating days. Bonus quests you can only do if you have certain packs, and those would come with like items that you would earn from it. Not me being the EA creator and me asking all of you what it is, but sometimes I'm just not always in tune with everything, so forgive me. check in with Toasty about what they want to do for lunch. It's like 2:20 and they haven't said anything. I can warm up my noodles, but they have a meeting at 3. Hello, Toasty. Speak of the devil, so to speak. You coming down for lunch soon, cutie? I suppose. I was like, no, hold on. I'll have to look at it too. If you have certain packs, Cats and Dogs Love Struck, you can do bonus quests to get the 1. The regular unlocks a little bit faster, and 2 get like those little consumables. Interesting. I think I'm gonna do leftovers. Just because my little spot on my throat is acting up a bit, and I feel like the crunchiness of the nuggies would be spicy. Okay, sounds good. All these two are so cute out here playing hopscotch. Wait, where's your brother? They were supposed to be playing with you. Y'all are supposed to be getting social. Social needs met. Now I also want nuggies. Yeah, anytime they do like pack specific things, I definitely think it gets a little sticky. Just because packs are so expensive. So like it just becomes very inaccessible. IMO very quickly. I was like not really paying attention to my hunger cues, and then I mentioned lunch, and now I know that Toasty's warming up my Olive Garden, and it's like my brain went, you were fine before, but now you're actually hangry. Does that happen to anyone else? Go from like 0 to 100? Yeah, it's just leftovers. Meow meow. Junie says that happens to me too. I also get hangry. understand why these two's social never goes up when they're playing hopscotch and stuff. I'm like, please. You're literally hanging out and talking. What do you mean your social's not going up? Ooh, that sounds so good. Nom nom nom. Oh, not that difficult. No, I feel like they're fine, honestly. They're just being kids. Children are yelling. What do you mean you can't get there? What does it mean? What does it mean? Tuesday is missing a tooth right now. Every time they smile, I can see their little tooth gap. It's cute. Girl, go to bed. I've had 2 Sims try to read you to bed and you won't go to bed. So, you want attention and you want fun, but you also don't. Wait, babe. Hi, Shayo. Thank you for the stretch redeem, friends. I will take a good long stretch break when I'm gonna be going for lunch here in just a second. I'll do a couple wrist circles now, though, because honestly, those have been cranky. Do some wrist circles with me, chat. Wiggle your fingies. And do a little fist. And then stretch all the fingies out. And then do a little fist. And then stretch all the fingies out. Oh, I guess you can if you want. It's kind of late at night and dark for it, but it is warm outside. You want to lounge in the pool? Go for it. Cute. Hop to the top. Confident +4. Hop, 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 hop to the top. Hopscotch wipes away Kimmy's inhibitions. Someone had too much fun writing that one. You're welcome. Sad. Oh, yeah, you're a picky eater. This is literally lobster tortellini, and this kid's like, ew. Which is real. Honestly, I get it. Fish is a hard one for a lot of people, but Foggy worked so hard to create them such a nice meal, and then they're like, ew. Good luck with your studying, pal. I get that. Sometimes you gotta focus. Sounds good. Sounds good. Okay. Could travel to prom with her. Sometimes this doesn't work, and I usually skip it, but because Angelica does seem like the type of sim to want to go to prom, I feel like I'm gonna say yes. But I'm gonna pause it when we get there so that I can take my lunch break and go to the bathroom and stuff quick. Then we'll do it when we get back. Oh, yay, okay. It's actually kind of working. Sometimes it like doesn't work where like I come here and literally none of this is like stocked at all. And I'm like, hello. So save. All right, BRB chat room. I will be back with a cute little prom moment after lunch. Make sure you stretch, take your meds, hydrate, all the good things. And I'll leave you all with some words on Strim while I'm gone. If you want to play, you do not have to. It is chill if you are busy. But yeah, make sure you take care of yourself. Burp a burp. GG's, y'all. Nice work. Nice job. Go ahead and Egg with 100, Trifle in second, Celine sharing that second place. Y'all got the same score. Puppo right behind, and Rye Bread for making it on the board. And I think that was your second playthrough, so shout out to everyone who was part of the first one, too. Thank you for y'all's patience. Chronic illness and things, I feel like my breaks take forever. I appreciate y'all being chill. Okay. We have got a prom situation going on. However, I don't remember if the outfit that I have for Angelica is very prom appropriate. I don't usually do prom with my... Let's see. Change outfit. Yeah, so she's actually wearing her formal outfit, which is not very prom-y. I'm scared if I go into Cass, well, at an event, it might make it cranky, but I guess we'll find out. Hello, it's May. I am May. Hello, I miss you. Popping in to say, you smell, miss you, adore you, the end. Stop talking to me. OMG. OMG. That was too many instructions at the same time, Dag. I don't know. Can't comprehend. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. How you been? What you been up to? This is cute. Okay. I don't want to, like, deep dive into Cass right now, so just want her to be in a little prom fit. Okay, so then why are you not in the fit I just put you in? Please and thank you. Okay. Why did the prom event options go away? Why is the prom leaving? No, see, my proms are always so busted. No. R.I.P. This is Angelica and the empty prom. Rip. Nobody here. Why is all this stuff here? Alright, well, at least go take some pictures, I guess. But daytime it's a queer community space, but Club by Night I'm helping. Oh wait, that's sick. That's honestly something I've always dreamed of doing. That's really cool that someone's doing that. I love that. I love that you're a part of that day. I'm doing okay. Still fighting the chronic illness things as, you know, as it be, but I don't believe it. You better believe it. You ought to. I like how she's just doing prom by herself. I'm crying. You know what? It's fine. Oh, cute. Girl, what are some of these expressions? She looks like she's had veneers put in, I'm not gonna lie. As cute as she is. Girl, why are we pouting? What the heck? Why do they put poses that you can't even capture their whole face? Like, what's up with that? Cute. I didn't play a lot of The Sims 2. I was a Sims 3 lad myself, to be honest. I've heard really good things about it. I've heard it's very cheeky and playful, and there's like a lot more sass in The Sims 2. I know a lot of people who mainly played The Sims 2, they find The Sims 4 to be too um like easy, I guess, like too wholesome. Everything's gnarly. Now it's gonna be stuck in my head. Gabby, how are you feeling about the Survivor 50 cast list? I was meaning to ask you that earlier. Maybe, Dag, maybe. I tried playing The Sims 3 again recently though, and the like graphics of it kind of off-put me. I know, I've been spoiled by The Sims 4, unfortunately. 50-50 on it. Yeah, that's fair. I feel like I could get on board with like most things when it comes to how that could have went down, but my biggest issue is that it feels like there's zero consistency in what the goal or theme was. Like, I just feel like we don't have a lot of winners, but we have a few random winners. We have a lot of new era people, but they're not the new era people that I think are the most interesting. So I'm confused as to why we skipped over so many really great new era people. Um, we've got like some people who were told that they couldn't be on because they went on to other shows, but then other people who were allowed to go on other shows and were still picked. So I think just like the inconsistency and there being no like theme is kind of throwing me off. I know that he's been away for, you know, from the themes for a while, Jeff, but I feel like something like a returnee season would have really benefited from some kind of a theme of an understanding of like what was it they were looking for in casting is very unclear. Um so there's a few people I'm pretty excited about still. But overall, it would not be the cast I would have picked if I were in charge of casting. I personally think the lack of representation is also pretty bad. It's they did not follow CBS's 50% BIPOC casting rule at all, which apparently maybe CBS got rid of when they were working on the merge with Peacock, Paramount, something like that. So I guess it's technically not a rule anymore, but I honestly wish they would have followed it anyways, considering how much of a big deal they made out of it. And then also, there's only 2 openly queer contestants, which, considering how many wonderful queer contestants there are, there's 1 Asian contestant during AAPI month that they announced it to. Just like, y'all, please. Do better. You had such a wonderful pool. I feel like we could have done better. Christian is my favorite Survivor contestant of all time, so I'm rooting for him. David vs. Goliath is my favorite seasons, but I didn't think I needed multiple people from the same season. Yeah, I agree. I don't think we needed any winners back, really. I will always make a biased exception for Suri Fields, obviously. But or she's not a winner, but she's a 5-time returnee, I guess, to be fair. Which I also just don't know if we needed people who've been on the show so many times. Um, but yeah. The lack of Carolyn is a homophobic crime, in my opinion. I don't care that she went on the Traders. So did Suri and Stephanie, and Dee went on challenge on or is going on the challenge. So I really don't think that should have been a reason that she couldn't go. And she's an icon and a legend. So my winner pick is Genevieve. I mean, of course, I would love to see a Suri win, but I feel like she's going to get targeted very early. So my realistic winner pick is Genevieve. She is Mother, and I hope that Mother is mothering on the island. These toddlers love to use their diaper the second that I say I'm going to potty train them. And you can still potty train them, but excuse me. Ugh. Even if they don't need to go to the bathroom technically, but it's just goofy annoying to me. I'm like, why would you pee in your diaper the moment that I say? It's probably realistic to how toddlers are. Oh, you want me to go on the potty? No, I'm actually going to stand here and pee right now. Toddlers are little turds like that sometimes. I'm sure any of our toddler parents can affirm. I mean, I like the idea of it, and I would love to see that happen. If and only if the non-loyalty team wins, though. I'd be scared because this last season felt like that, and it flopped so bad for me. I'd be scared to repeat it, but if it went better, I could be down for the vibe. I really hope the new era and the old era people mix and mash for their alliances and don't just like stick with the like more seasons close to them. Hi Cinna, welcome in. It's good to see you. How are you, friend? How are you doing? Heck no, Joe gotta go. Yeah, I think Camilla will also be quick to want to get rid of Joe, probably. I am excited about financial analyst Emily Flip. I'm excited we have so many brainy people this season. I feel like in the more new era, we haven't gotten as many brainy people. I mean, obviously, Emily Flippin is a brainy person, but not to the level of braininess as like a Christian, right? Like, he's so brainy, he's so smart. And Emily's also like that, but I don't feel like we have that many in more recent seasons. So I think that'll be fun. Ooh, yum yum. Good morning, by the way. Hope the start to your day goes well. But yeah, I don't know. I agree 50-50. Overall, do I think it'll still be an interesting season because there's quite a few gems? Yes. Do I think it was stellar casting? No. Not when you had such a stellar range of people to pick from. It was also really interesting to hear some people's experiences. I had seen on social media that Abby Maria was part of the casting process for 9 months and then got cut just a tiny bit before they made the final decisions. And that's got to be brutal. And it makes me wonder if some people dropped out because the casting was so long and rigorous and they were busy with like other things. It also makes me wonder if some of the people who we are like, how did you make it onto the season, just did really well in the casting process and had good answers. So even though they maybe weren't the most interesting of their season, Jeff felt like, production felt like they would be good for this season. So I agree. I agree. Although if I'm being honest, I'd be pretty nervous that the casting still wouldn't go the way that I wanted it to. Because I think that a large majority of the Survivor fandom would want like the Cerise, the Boston Robs, like the really popular people back. And I love Cerie and only Cerie, but I don't want any of those other people back. I honestly wanted season 50 to be a returning new era season. Like seasons 35 through like 49. TBH, just because we haven't had returning seasons in ages. Yeah, RHAP always has like a good, like I feel like I tend to agree with like the RHAP fandom, but I feel like the RHAP fandom is like people who are really into the show and pay a lot of attention. You have to like remember there's like the Facebook the Facebook fans who have some very diabolical opinions of the show that I do not understand. Casting directors would take DEI training. Well, I just also wish that DEI would stop getting treated as this political pawn type of thing where like CBS probably pulled the 50% BIPOC casting like right around like a time that Trump got into office in November, and a lot of different companies and stuff like that. It's like, oh, so you actually never really cared about DEI, like what it actually is and what it means. You just wanted to be in the like correct political moment and you felt like more people agreed with this and you were going to make more money that way. And Jeff does it too. Not going to lie, like he's also guilty in terms of you can see during like more conservative political moments that I'm not saying he's not in charge of casting himself, but the show becomes more conservative during certain seasons and less conservative during certain seasons, and he responds to players differently sometimes depending on the current political moment. I mean, where is the Jeff that was like, we don't need to even vote. It's gonna be Varner, right? Like we're voting out the transphobe, right? Like I need more of that Jeff in the modern moment, or the Jeff that was like, should we still say hey guys, or is that not inclusive? But now, no, in the current political Trump moment, he's like joking with David about there being masculine and feminine ways to drink milk. And I think Jeff was partially joking, but he let that happen more than I think he should have. Because it really just wasn't funny. It really just was not necessary, honestly. Hi, Carrot Top. And also, to be fair, I don't know a lot about the whole process. I'm very into the show, but in terms of the behind the scenes, so it's just kind of like my opinion as a little outsider. I wouldn't consider myself like an expert on these things. So, grain of salt, grain of salt. But ever since I learned that Jeff follows Trump on Twitter, in his very small following, because he doesn't follow that many people. He doesn't even follow all the Survivor players. I've been a little suspicious. But we'll see. We might get more information about it because I saw on socials that Mike White, one of the guys who was accepted, asked them apparently why they didn't follow the 50% rule after emphasizing it so much for so long. Which, I've heard mixed things about Mike and his politics, but I appreciating him using his privilege as a pretty rich white gay man to be able to be like, hey, so what the fuck? Not everybody would do that. I don't know why my toddlers are still getting scared even though they have a nightlight. Not sure what they're scared of. But if I read them to sleep, that will help. Foggy's gonna pass out low key though. Need to get them to bed. Somehow I have the hardest time keeping up the social need in a household of kids. I don't understand how that's possible, but it is. It seems like it's a problem with like the kids don't autonomously seem to talk to each other that much. I have to kind of like encourage them to do it. Welcome back. How was your appointment, love? I hope it went well. I know doctors can be very hit or miss in my experience. So, fingers crossed. Foggy, please go to sleep. Not, oh my gosh, go to sleep in your bed. That what is the point of me assigning y'all beds? And then y'all just go to random beds anyway. What is the point? Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah. It was actually an appointment with your job coach. I've been hunting for a job for a while, but it's hard to find one with the disability. Yes, the job market right now is pretty brutal for everyone, so I can imagine adding a disability to that as an additional challenge is not making it easy. Did your job coach have any helpful advice that you feel like you're going to be able to move forward with, or still kind of stuck? Ooh, yum. That sounds good, Dancer. Sounds like a nice way to make the sub like almost lighter, if that's something that you like. Because sometimes mayo can be like a little heavy. I do like mayo. Controversial opinion, I know. I know a lot of people have understandable negative feelings towards mayo. I think mayo is good if you don't put mayo in places mayo doesn't belong. Which sometimes people do like to do. IMO. But everyone has different taste buds, so. No advice. She helps me apply for jobs, thankfully. So just a bunch of applications. Now my brain's a bit mush, but I'm crossing my fingers. I am crossing my fingers and my toes for you, my friends. Hoping that something works out for you. Maybe chat, if you have the spoons, could send some exclamation point manifests Sean Bond's way. Yeah, I've noticed for a lot of people, it's either kind of rainy and stormy where they are or quite hot where they are right now. So I get you. You're welcome, my friend. Also, let's go ahead and see who has the brain cell for the hour. Ooh, Zeri. Congratulations, my friend. You have the brain cell for the next hour. We have so many siblings in this town, and Crisp is the only one who calls us like every day, which is funny because Foggy and Crisp weren't even that close when they were kids. I don't know why. He calls so much. Hmm. Why is my laundry that comes out of the dryer always say dirty, even though it was clean when I put it in there? I need them to fix laundry. It's driving me bonkies. Oh, it's okay. No worries. I hope you're doing good, Moon. It's good to see you. I'm doing okay. A little bit of extra chronic pain lately. So fighting some battles in that regard. But I've been taking the last 2 days for some really solid rest potato days, and that has helped. How about yourself? How are you doing? Yeah, medicine's not always the most pleasant. I have to take 3 of my birth control pills every morning, and I don't know what it is about those particular um pills shape, but they tend to get stuck in the back of my throat sometimes, which I absolutely hate. Oh, it's makes me every time that it happens. Um, Although I recently learned that apparently it's not really normal to choke on your own drinks, spit, air, and food and pills. So that could be part of it. My doctor is putting in a GI referral for a reason, apparently. I thought I was just clumsy, honestly. Good, I'm glad. It can be hard to remember sometimes. I'm supposed to get my new medication delivered today. Um, they were actually supposed to deliver it uh yesterday. Um, but they said it was going to be delivered sometime between like morning and 7 p.m. So it was like a really wide range. And I was literally home all day till 6:30. But then we had to go pick up dinner. So they didn't come. It was 6:30. Um, so I had to kind of give up on that. And then turns out they didn't come until 7:30, but we weren't home yet. So I think they're re-delivering today, thankfully. They're pretty chill about that part, which is nice. Yeah, I think that might be something that I'm dealing with too, Sean Bond. So it's definitely possible. For sure. It's not a bad idea that you suggested, but I take them literally the moment I wake up. Like, I'm not even awake yet. To be honest, I'm literally like, I have to pee. I like haven't brushed my teeth. I haven't done anything yet. When I take my meds, I'm like a bit of a mess at that moment because if I don't do it then, like if I start doing part of my morning routine and then I take it later, I will forget. And you're supposed to take it around the same time every day. So the easiest way for me is just to like basically open my eyeballs and promptly go take my medication. Um, but obviously that doesn't always work for things like that. Why don't you work on your arts? Oh, a new category unlocked, monster. I don't know if I've ever gotten a kid far enough in their art progress to unlock drawing monsters. I love that. That's fun. Toasty figured out where Junie's been hiding all of her balls today. She's been shoving them underneath the closet door, which is blocked by my bed. They moved my bed and opened it, and there were 6 balls in there. Ugh. Chaos. I still can't get over how much Sunday, the toddler, is literally just a mini me of Foggy. Like, they just look like Foggy 2.0. Like, I can't even say that there's like a unique feature about them that like sets them apart. Like the blue eyes, the freckled skin, the brown hair. Maybe when they age up, they'll have a little bit more of their own differences genetically, but we have a tiny little extra foggy on our hands. Whoa, look at their monster drawing. That's sick, Gimme. I love that. Why don't you do another one? Another monster. They're just like little dragons, yeah. I honestly don't know if she even does it on purpose. She's currently sitting in the window listening to the birds because the birds are being very noisy today. Squawking. She's considering laying down on my bed. I'm not going to disturb her yet because if I bother her too soon before she settles down, she'll leave. But if she settles, I will get the cat cam going for y'all. Oh, nope, she found a ball and she's on her way to cause chaos, probably. Doesn't have enough brain cells to do it on purpose, but I still consider Horde like an instinctual thing. Yeah, honestly, that does make sense. Cats are, they do a lot of weird little instinctual things. Like my cat, he buries his food by just like rubbing his paw on the ground over and over again outside the food bowl. And obviously, on a hardwood floor, he's not actually succeeding at burying his food, but it's like a instinctual thing that he does, so he thinks that he's burying his food, which is very cute sometimes. Go for it. Hello, Lily Rosa. Welcome in. How are you? Oh, hi, Bagagwa. I don't know if y'all heard her yell, but she just started yelling in the hallway. I'm gonna grab myself a blue do real quick. Y'all watch my Sims, make sure they don't get into any trouble. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for watching my Sims for me. Babysitting them, making sure they're not causing any trouble. My least favorite thing is when it happens where, like, it gets a little bit stuck, but it's too far down, so it can't come back up either. And then it's just like, you can feel it kind of sitting in your throat. I'm like chugging water, trying to get it to like settle. I'm like, oh, I hate that feeling. Stop. Angelica likes pranks. Yeah, that would make sense, honestly. I have to physically move my throat to get it to go down, although I don't recommend doing that as it can be dangerous. Sorry that that's something that you have to do. I'm sure it's scary having to do something that you know is dangerous, even if it is what's necessary for you at the time. I think he's done his homework. I need him to get his grade up because Kimmy's grade is up and they're twins. So if he can get his grade up, then we can um, age them both up. I know it was mentioned recently in one of the like Sims laundry lists, so I know they're working on it. But goodness gracious, do I hope they figure out the bug with the weather coming inside soon. It's not as bad for the rain, in my opinion, but when it comes to the snow, especially, I mean, I would say both, but the snow is worse. I find it overstimulated to constantly have that graphic like happening indoors too. It like catches my eyes and distracts me. when it first started happening, I thought maybe I did my roofing wrong. I was like, I'm not a builder, so I don't know. Is there rain coming in my house? And then I learned it was not, in fact, how that works. Like, oh, no, just your run of the mill Sims bug. Who's to be surprised, really? I think I need to, like, I have such a, what is it, like muscle memory to always click these little symbols to fix whatever is going on with them, and they're broken right now, so I need to stop doing it because it just keeps asking my Sims to do things that don't actually, like, I say sleep, and then Angelica goes to try to pick up the toddler. And I'm like, I'm not really seeing how picking up the toddler is going to improve your sleep levels. So unless you could clarify that for me, I don't think that's quite doing what I need it to be doing. Oh, yes, we finally have enough parts for this. Oh, thank God. We can do an upgrade on the dryer that will make it not break. My dryer is always breaking, and when it breaks, it makes your clothes that you already washed dirty, which is truly the bane of my existence. My life is about to be so significantly improved. Not to be dramatic, but also to be dramatic. I feel like I give Sunday and Friday the same amount of attention, and Sunday's always in a state of distress, and Friday's always chilling. And I'm like, what am I doing wrong with Sunday? Why is she always about to pass out, starving, screaming, crying, throwing up? Oh, sorry, besties. I forgot about prank day. I could have had y'all prank each other a little bit more so you wouldn't have, um, wouldn't have had such a bad holiday. Whoopsie. Did not mean to do that. R.I.P. Foggy is really on that mom life right now where, like, the only time they get time to themselves is the middle of the night. For better or for worse. You're making me nervous how many times you're almost falling, though. Are we at a speed that is safe, Foggy? You can turn it down. It's okay. You don't have to go too hard. Hi, Sasha. Welcome in. It's good to see ya. All right, these kids are back to school today, so manifesting that they will, well, specifically that Tuesday will come back with a grade A so we can age up our kiddos into teenagers. Once again, every single child in the house is doing just fine except for Sunday. It's always a disaster for some reason. My little chaos child. Hello, welcome in. How are you? I used to have a friend who would go by Hailstorm, so it's funny that you have a similar username. I relate to Sunday, honestly. Valid. Valid, valid. Oh, I'm sorry you're not feeling well, friend. That is honestly the worst TM. Feeling sick. As a chronically ill person, I often feel sick, but like regular sickness on top of that is a lot. I'm doing all right. I was glad I had the spoons to hop on today. It's been a bit of a precarious week for spoons. I don't think I'll be on super long today. Not like a full length
Figuroni says
5-6 hour type of situation, but down to hang for a bit. I'm happy to be able to, honestly. We have Angelica, our teenager. She's here. Kimmy, who's sleeping right now. Tuesday is doing a puzzle. And then we have Friday. Where is Friday? Oh, Friday was playing with dolls. And then we have Sunday, who's sleeping. We have like a wheel spinner with different themes, and we name our babies based off of whatever theme, for 5 babies each time. So our last roll before this most recent one was Rugrats. I don't know if you've ever watched the show Rugrats, but we based them off of those characters. And then the current 5 baby names is Days of the Week. I think is that one might be a little obvious. We've previously had a set of 5 named after potatoes, breakfast foods, holidays, weather. So we've had lots of different weird names. You can actually see all of our older kids who've like aged out of the house, and a few of the older current kids on this notion if you'd like to, if you weren't here or just like to be reminded. Yeah, we have lots of nature themed ones on the wheel spin too, but it's just totally random. I don't have any control over which ones wind up getting picked in that regard. Let me see if we have trees on our wheel spinner. If not, I'll add it as an option. I feel like someone else recently had a suggestion for an addition too. I don't remember if we added it in that moment or not, though. We do have trees on there already, actually. I don't think we have berries, but we might have fruits. Yeah, we have fruits specifically. Um, we have quite a bit of silly things. Yep, we got animals as an option too. Yep, internet browsers. I joked because that's one of my favorite ones. I said if we're down to the very last set of babies and we haven't gotten internet browsers yet, I think I'm going to use my streamer privileges to make the last one internet browsers because I really want some internet browser kids. Oh, sorry, friend. If you check out the channel rules, it's totally okay that you didn't know, but Disney is part of the Palestine boycott, so we don't do anything Disney. That's why your message got blocked. Just in our space. Those are mine. I like to try to support the boycotts as much as possible. It's okay. Technically, also, if we're being very specific, the boycott is of Disney Plus. But I have the capacity to go above and beyond that, so I try to. Yes, I do think they would enable that. Y'all are usually pretty chill with me using my streamer privileges as long as I don't do it every single time. Oh, not the storm. Oh, heck. I'm glad you made it back. We have an ad in sorry, excuse me, I have the little hiccups. We have an ad in 3 minutes. And I'm going to take that time to do a short little walk with my partner, Toasty. I don't think we'll be gone long because honestly, it's kind of drizzly outside, so I'm not sure how far we're going to make it. But it'll be a good time if you need to check in with yourself, see if you need to take your meds, get some food, get some water, stretch, roll out the bones. Thank you, thank you. I've been enjoying incorporating a little 10-minute walk break into streams. It helps because when you're streaming, you just sit for so long, which even if you aren't chronically ill, isn't the best for your body. It's rainy, so probably not, but Toasty and I always go looking to see if we can see any of the local neighborhood cats. We have a couple of neighborhood cats that we like to visit and give snacks to, as we know their owners. We've got Goldie. She's like a really light orange, almost almost yellow, like really, really light orange with long fur, named Blondie. She's a cutie. You don't see orange girls all that often, so that's always fun. And then there's Lucy. Her full name is Lucifer. And she's like a big, chunky calico.
Welcome on into
and she actually must have recently had some kind of surgery. Because when we saw her, she has shaved front leggies so that it looks like she has little socks. And she has what looks to me like a diabetic tracker on her. Hi, friends. Welcome in. Hi, Bella. Thank you for the raid. I'm so sorry. I'm going to try to talk really fast. There's an ad starting in 10 seconds. No, wait. Actually, I have a snooze. I lied. Amazing. I thought I had no snoozes. I was like, I don't want to stick you in an ad right away. I'm sorry. No, okay. We have 5 minutes now. Crispy, welcome in. Crystal, hello, welcome. Alatita, it's always good to see you. Ghoul, hello, welcome in. Ellie, hello. I carry you, no worries. You're all good. Let me give both of you some shout outs. Bella, how was your stream? Lovely. I hope it was good. You were doing some co-working. Very good, very good. I'll get a little one for Ellie as well. Both gems. I know, the timing is always like so tricky. But it's good to see both of you. I'll just go over here and say hi. Because we have the ad coming up, I'm going to be taking my walk break when that happens. So if you've been sitting in stream, or Bella, of course, streaming yourself, and you haven't had a chance to do a little stretch, take your meds, hydrate, we'll have a little opportunity coming up here. But if any of you are new and you don't know me, my name is B. I use they, them pronouns. I am a full-time cozy VTuber here on Twitch. We play a lot of The Sims 4. That's kind of my main gig because it's my special interest. But we also love some indie games now and again, cozy indie games. We love co-working, crafting. Mostly when I say crafting, I mean coloring because that's kind of my favorite crafting hobby. Sometimes we do Legos or things like that too, but if any of that sounds like your cup of tea and you'd like to join us, feel free to hit the follow button. And if you need to raid and run, if you need to go rest, please do take care of yourselves. But hello, hello. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Finally catching up on tasks I've been behind on, doing some Pride Month prep, but balancing things so I don't get overwhelmed. Very good, very cozy day. Yay! I'm happy to hear it was like that good balance between cozy and productive because I feel like that can be a hard balance to achieve. Sometimes it's easy to do too much or do too little and be stressed for different reasons. So very happy for you. But yeah, we're doing our 100 baby challenge today. I haven't been live in a few days because chronic illness be chronic illnessing. But if you haven't met our little Sims, we've got our matriarch, our little baby maker, and we've got all of our kids are at school actually, except for our toddlers, but you can meet Friday. Wait, actually, I gotta get a little screenshot of him. Why is he looking so cute? What's his little face he's making? And then Sunday, who's always usually pretty grumpy, but she's pretty happy right now. Also looking pretty cute. So, got some good chill vibes going today if you'd like to hang. We're very lurker, coexisting, co-working friendly too. So, if you're still doing work from hanging out at Bella's, that's totally fine. Hello, my love. What you put under there? Junie's been acting weird about the bed. She keeps going under there. Oh, there's string toy. I see. Hi again, friend. No worries. I hope that your studying is going well. Are you, like, bugged? You're, like, not moving. Drink? Can you get out of the pee puddle, please? So that I can mop the pee puddle? Oh, socks in a pee puddle sounds like actually a sensory nightmare. Okay, now how about you? Are you bugged? Because you're also not doing anything. Mop up the pee puddle, please. Thank you. What are you doing with our kids on my bed? Oh my gosh. Junie is running, y'all. I'll turn on the cat cam, but she's going so wild, I don't even know if y'all will be able to really see her. Of course, now she stops running for a second. Oh my god, look at her go. Look at those zoomies. I know, right? I don't even want to get my socks wet from like stepping out on the porch, let alone stepping in a pee puddle. No, thank you.
Are you in the
No, I postponed it because we got a raid. Just pressed the little snooze. But the ad is going, so I will be RB. I will leave y'all with some words on stream, and I will see you in just a few. Burp a burp. Nice job, y'all. Very good. GG's. Puppo in first, Celine in second, Cinna in third, Toasty really in fourth, Sasha, Alatita, Ghost, and Entity for all making it on the board. It was good. We were nervous we were gonna get rained on. But it seems like the rain has kind of passed, so. Look at Junie sticking her head back at her brother. Oh gosh, they're gonna tussle. I see the tussling occurring. We're gonna bath tussle, I think. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, it was good. It's like 60 degrees here today, so it's nice walking weather. My hip is a little sore today, which is definitely a little tricky, but yeah, they're tussling for sure. Oh, JK. I was gonna improve the tussling angle, but they ran to chase each other. No more tussle. I mean, they are probably still tussling, but just not in my room. Oh, not you taking her food. What the heck? Alright, anyways. Hello, Fawn. It's good to see you. It goes good. Nice and chill today. How's yous? Could we get a small shout out for Fawn? If possible. Yay! Okay, Tuesday. Oh my gosh. There's some running past that's happening, so I'll turn the cat cam on, and I don't know how much y'all will be able to see, but I think we just got mostly tails right now. Oh, and we're off the bed again. It's fine. I'll just leave it on since they seem to be doing a lot of running back and forth. But what I was gonna say is Tuesday and Kimmy can age up now. So we'll do a little cast time, and then when our cast time's over, that'll probably be the end of stream for today. I'm gonna try to take it nice and easy, considering the body's been cranky. But first, we gotta get a cake out. I think we have one cooked already that no one has touched. And it's not spoiled. So that one has been touched. All right, Angelica, I know you're grumpy, but I need you to be in charge of putting birthday candles on the birthday cake, please. Please and thank you. Annoying school day. Ugh, teachers can be so annoying sometimes. Honestly, you're not wrong. I think that's fair. All right, Tuesday. Blow out your candles, love. Oh, y'all brought a friend home. Hi, friend. A friend has growing limbs. Scared me. cute. Not you always taking selfies, Angelica. Speaking of, she's got some selfies in her inventory from prom, I think. They're so cute, actually. Oh, that one has gnomes. Not the gnomes. Oh, Tuesday is a loner and a bookworm. Very good. I eventually want him to do a restoration as a job, like a restoration shop. But I don't think any of the teenage ones will. Okay, so tell me why some of the aspirations aren't available for teenagers, but master mixologist is? You're gonna let your kid be a bartender? I am Confucian. He's pretty nerdy too. I'll just do one of the teenage ones, maybe. That feels incorrect. I would agree. Alright, Tuesday. You go here. Let's add some birthday candles. Do a little celebrate, and then we gotta get Kimmy to age up too. Tuesday actually doesn't look bad. Usually when they're auto-populated, they don't look like themselves at all. Tuesday is like a little odd though, because pretty much all of the kids of this generation have been very bright and colorful, and Tuesday is not really like that. Tuesday honestly reminds me a little bit more of Omelet's kids. Low-key. But, you know, I guess that is how generations work sometimes, where you have a kid that gets more of the features of their grandparent than anything. Tuesday reminds me of Omelet and Rory's kids with his like face shape. The werewolf kids. It's probably the easiest way to remember them. Every time I think I'll turn the cat cam off, then the children start causing chaos again. Okay, Kimmy. Kimmy. Definitely also creative. Art lover. They are literally darting around the whole house. He did do a little launch, didn't he? Little launch. I think Kimmy might be sick, actually. Why were you scratching like that? What were you doing that for? Alright, Tuesday. Why do you have skin details on that are making you look old? Let me help you. Let me help you, honestly. I think we've been doing these ones. And then I need to get some CC lashes. I feel like because I use CC lashes on the girls, it looks weird that there isn't CC lashes for the masculine Sims. Although, was Tuesday wearing glasses when they were younger? I can't remember. I think they might have been wearing little metal ones. I've been trying to get new glasses. And I picked a pair out that I like, but I want to try them on with like the online software where you can try them on, but it keeps picking up the wrong camera source when I try. And also, I wish I could try them on in person. So I'm kind of particular sometimes. So we'll see. Those are so fun. Maybe we can find a way to make Tuesday a little bit more colorful while still retaining his natural vibe. The children are acting like we gave them cat weed or something, even though we didn't. I'm like, what's going on with y'all? I kind of like the bushy eyebrows, honestly. Oh. Camera down, diva down. They attacked the camera. Oh my goodness gracious. Alright, we gotta fix your hair too, actually. You had a very distinct haircut. You had this one. We don't have to keep that exact haircut, but we could keep the shag. He has such an interesting face shape. Oh, that's cute. Hmm. I like that on him for some reason. Almost like he got a haircut when he got older. I don't think we've used that hairstyle yet, so I'm into it. We're just kind of we're working with Nerdy and would run a restoration workshop. Liked to build Legos as a kid. Oh, I like that. Junie currently has her head shoved into the corner of my room on my bed, and she's yelling at the wall. Just to give you guys an idea of the energy in the studio today with these cats. We got like full on Bagagua chaos with both of them. Same though. Oh, she laid down now. Let me see if I can. There we go. I don't know if she'll stay there with all of her chaos energy she's got in her bones right now, but I don't know. I'm getting a different vibe from Tuesday as a teenager than I was as a kid. Maybe we mix it up. Like, kind of vibing with this sort of preppy shirt with his glasses. And to be fair, people don't always stay the same as they are when they're a kid as a teenager, so I think that's fair. Engineering student? Ooh, yeah, I could see that actually. Now that you mention it. Very nerdy. I like these shorts on him, maybe. Who knows? Angelica picking on him all the time. Maybe he finally found his sense of style. She was always giving Tuesday a hard time. He's giving more I like to go golfing than I usually go for with my Sims, but Hi, Figoo. What you got to say today? She has airplane ears because he's in here yelling. What, buddy? I don't know what you want from me. What do you want from me? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, hold on. We gotta see if the rings clash with the glasses. Sometimes that messes up the glasses. No, they're okay. No, no, you don't need to be on my desk, Figuroni. No. Thank you for knocking over my pill bottle. Aurora. You don't need to go on my desk on the other side either. I promise. I promise you don't. I fear that the tussling is gonna return because this is the exact same set of scenario that led to tussling in the first place. Him on the gray bed. Her bothering him on the gray bed. I don't know though, she looks pretty comf at the moment, so maybe he'll be safe. Maybe. Why are you wearing a boutonniere? Just like day to day. Where is that coming from? Thank you. It's not prom. You're not going to a wedding. I don't need you to wear a boutonniere. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I love that on him. I don't like that the bottom of his shirt is peeking through. Give me a pair of pants that on a male sim that goes high enough where that doesn't show. What the heck? Please. Oh no. I have fears. Mm-mm-mm. Hmm. If they don't do that, then they glitch, which is less than ideal. Oh, those are pretty good, actually. I'll take those. Cute. Oh, let's make sure his jewelry also carries over. Nice. Oh, he's got a random extra blue ring. That's not exactly the vibe. Okay. You know, the lace socks are lovely, but definitely also not his vibe. Alright, what does a nerdy guy wear for fitness? Mm. Just like a hoodie, maybe? Bottoms.
Junie says, hello, Raiders.
Hello,
Welcome on into the
friends.
stream.
Welcome in. Hi, Sailor T. Sydney, welcome in. Thank you for the tea party raid. How was your stream, lovely? What were y'all getting up to today? Tora, welcome in. Hello, hello. Thank you for the raid. Get you a little shout out. Oh, I love a good little CC shop. Ooh, that's fun. I love that for you. I hope you found some goodies. I have to be very careful with how often I CC shop, and even then, I feel like I do pretty good, and I still get heckled by Toasty for always downloading more CC. But I'm glad you had a very cozy time. If you need to step away from the PC, like go rest or anything, after stream, I totally get you, or lurk, or what have you. But if anyone is new here and you don't know me, welcome on in. My name is B. I use they, them pronouns. I am a full-time queer and disabled cozy VTuber here on Twitch. We main The Sims 4 because that's my special interest, but we also love cozy indie games and coloring and crafting. So if any of that sounds like your cup of tea, feel free to hit the follow button, join us if you'd like. You're also welcome to lurk in the shadows. We have anonymous follows too, so I will not call anybody out. But we're playing our 100 baby challenge save today. Actually, since we're in cast, it's a really easy time to introduce you to our Sims. So here's Foggy. Foggy is our little Vatriarch. Forever and always adore Foggy to the end of the earth. Such a pretty sim. Probably one of my favorite sims I've ever managed to create, honestly. I was really happy when y'all voted for them to be the next parent. And they've had 8 kids. Some of them have moved out, but we still have in the house Angelica, who I adore and obsess with. They honestly, like, she's so cute. I thought that I was gonna really not like her because she's got like the high maintenance and mean trait, but she kind of grew on me. Especially her sense of fashion. And she's inspired by the Rugrats, if you're familiar, because we have a random name generator for our 100 baby challenge, and one of the themes was Rugrats. We also have Kimmy, who is our last baby from the Rugrats crew. I've done nothing to her though. She just aged up, so she looks kind of funky right now. But, you know, ignoring that. We're giving her brother Tuesday a makeover right now. And then we have 2 toddlers, Friday and Sunday. If you couldn't gather, the next theme wound up being days of the week. So, yeah, we got a little cat cam. Exclamation point cats will introduce you to both my cats. They're actually both there, but she's hogging the camera right now. That's my baby girl, Junie. Juniper. I think I'm just gonna do the shorts from this outfit. I don't really think he'd be one to be doing fitness all that often unless he had to anyways, honestly. I get the vibe from him where he'd be like, "You want me to sweat?" I didn't know about that. I think he'd like maybe play golf and that's it. Something along those lines. It's like the extent of our fitness.
Figuroni says, howdy there.
Thank you for the follow, friend. Welcome on in. I've got a giant fat orange tabby out of my small army of creatures. Cute. I do have a soft spot in my heart for oranges and voids, so I love that. I've been trying to convince my partner to get a 3rd cat. I want a void. Sure, man. But a 3rd cat would be a lot of extra work, I'm not gonna lie, so I get it. Hi, Beth. Welcome in. How are you? I want one. I want a little baby void. They're so precious to me, and also the way that, like, voids are, like, the most overlooked in shelters. I would love to be able to give one a home one day, but ours are still... Junie and Fig are still kind of figuring out their dynamic as a duo. They're still kind of figuring out who's the top cat in the house, and we're a little hesitant to bring a 3rd into that environment where they are kind of figuring it out still. I've heard some people say it helps because sometimes that 3rd cat is like dominating enough where it ends the tussle between the 2 of them trying to be in charge, but on the other hand it can make it harder because now they could just be 3 cats that are fighting for, you know, power, so to speak. So don't know, maybe one day. You have an angry void. What's her name? What's the sweet girl's name? Oh, that adds a little bump I was not prepared for on my PG-16 stream. Midnight surprises no one. We have a community member. Their name is Lalila, who has 2 voids that they post in the Discord a lot, and I live vicariously through them. Their voids are so cute. Oh my god, the birds are really squawking today. Squawkity squawk squawking out there. Alright, party outfit for our nerdy engineering vibe of a kid. But also, I've been giving him a bit of a... I wanted him to be nerdy engineering who comes across as queer. I was not trying to have it too dangerously close to genuinely what I do for fun is golfing, if you catch my drift. Not that there's anything wrong with golfing, but I like that on him. It warps a little weird, but it's okay. Need some long casual pants for him, I think. Maybe jeans with like a little roll up situation. Oh no, those are also cute. Mm. No, I like those ones with the little belt, I think. We gotta pick socks or no socks. Sometimes when the Sims shoes are this, or pants are this weird in between length, that's a hard decision. I think no socks. I think if this was IRL, I would have him wear those little, like, really, really short. Oh, actually, we do have those. No, I don't like them. I'll leave it like that. Swimwear. Reminds me of the guys I would see at the Chicago queer beach we used to go to a lot. Right, hot weather wear. Honestly, I usually really like the sound of the birds because I spend a lot of time indoors streaming, and so sometimes being inside, it's nice to have the nature kind of come through into the house that way. But there is one bird that's outside today that is making this high-pitched noise that I don't even know how to describe, but it is driving me bonkies. It's so overstimulating. It's like a really crisp chirp. And it's not like every once in a while, it is like constant. It's like eek, 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 eek. Like that's the pace. I'm like, please. Please. You're just doing your bird thing. You're not really doing anything wrong. But also you're driving my sensory sensitivities bonkers. That's cute. I don't think I've ever used that piece of CC. And then maybe like a little pair of boots of some kind. Otherwise, all he wears is like loafers, which is not very winter appropriate. Yeah, that's cute. Okay. Done with Tuesday. Wonder if instead of making him into a bookworm, if I should do like geek now that we know him better. I think that would suit the vibe a little bit better, and I might change up this to academic. Cute. Honestly, as a kid, I wasn't super keen on Tuesday. He didn't do anything wrong. You just sometimes have Sims that you don't resonate with as much. But as a teenager, I'm honestly vibing with him a lot. So, let's see. Ooh, let me quickly upload them. Their game is being a wee bit laggy. I hate when that happens. All right, Kimmy. Kimmy is our little alt girly pop. So we've got
Figuroni says
some
"Howdy
fun to
there."
have with her, I think. I'm wondering if... So I actually, for fun, because I was just being a goober and being impatient, redid Kimmy as a teenager a long time ago. Because I was very curious. And I might just put her down and then fix her relationships. Just because I really like how she came out. And I feel like redoing it, I'm gonna be not as happy. Neighborhood confidant, gloomy and cringe. We could do skeptical for the third trait if we wanted. But I mean, come on, look how cute they are. You can't tell me they're not adorable. We might have to cheat their skills and relationships a little bit, but come on. Look at them. I'm obsessed. What a little icon. Cute. Guess I can save them again with them done. Oh, and we should get screenshots of these two now that they're teenagers too for the notion. What fit do I want you wearing though? Yeah, probably just your OG fit, honestly. Usually like to get a couple screenshots of them so I can get some different expressions and then we can use whichever one we like. I wish when the Sims smiled like their fullest, they didn't always look away from you. They look away from you when they smile, and I'm like, look at me. There we go. I think part of it is they don't want to freak you out. Oh, sorry, hold on, my meds are here, chat room. Quick BRB. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for hanging out through that. I appreciate it. Alright, let's get a picture of you. You need a necklace for this fit, actually. The little open neck is giving it necklace vibe. Also, sip reminder, chat room. We haven't had a hydrate in a minute. Oh yeah, that one's good. Okay. Yeah, I like that one. There you go. Fig is back. They both ran away because the doorbell scared them. They were like, gotta go. But Fig came back. He was like, okay, seems safe now. I guess I'll return. That was a bad screenshot. Let me try that again. All right, good enough. All right, let me pull up our... Normally I do too, and sometimes it still startles me, but I was expecting them today, but obviously, um, my cats can't know that, so fair enough on their part. All right, we need to add a new baby. No, not a new baby daddy. Can I delete that? I didn't mean to do that. Move to trash. New baby. And we've got Kimmy, she, they. Kimmy. What kind of vibe would Kimmy have? That's cute. Let's do that. Foggy is your parent. Currently in the house. Choose a file for pictures. Screenshots. Make sure you're counted for the number of babies. And I should mark him as no longer in the house. Susie also no longer in the house. Angelica actually still is in the house. I don't know why Omelet's still registering as currently in household matriarch. I'll have to see about that. Fair enough. I would say my partner also would probably answer the door more often, but their office is upstairs, whereas my office is downstairs. Plus, they already tackle a lot of the social things, even though they're not a huge fan of them either, like phone calls and stuff. So, I tend to try to take on the door if I can. I hate when salespeople come, though. We get a lot of salespeople here. More than anywhere I've ever lived. People trying to be like, do you want to buy our internet? And I'm like, no, I have good internet. I'm happy with my internet. Or do you want solar panels? Hi, baby girl. I didn't. It's from Rosanna. Are you familiar with her? She has a bunch of Sims Notion templates on her Etsy, I think it is. No, not Etsy. Ko-fi? And they're all free. Just pay what you can if you want to make like a little donation, but you don't have to. Who's our other kiddo? Tuesday. He, him. At least for now. I could see a he, they moment, actually. And then currently in the house. Choose a file. Here's one. I love how their funky glasses came out. Amount of babies. I will say it took me a little while to get used to the template. but it has been very helpful otherwise. So I feel like Kimmy's screenshot is more zoomed in than I want it to be. It's like cutting off too much of her head. It's like, let's get one more. Yeah, I like it for people who maybe weren't there for the whole challenge and want to see some of the old kids and stuff like that. I think it's fun for that. Please, I keep catching them at the wrong time. Nope. You can see that this is not a very exact science. It's a little finagly. Oh my gosh, girl, stop turning your head so fast. Thank you, finally. Okay, that one should be good, I think. Yeah, there's actually more you can do with it than I do with it. I don't always include, I think you can include, like, the baby daddies, but I have a hard enough time sometimes remembering to, do the kids, so I don't worry about it too much. Will I regret that on generation 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, where maybe I don't remember who I've had babies with? It's possible. But that's for future B to deal with and current B to not worry about. Yeah, that's a little better, I think. It's not a huge difference, but still a little cut off, but she's got these big buns, so I don't know how avoidable that is. Oh, and Tuesday needs a little graphic thingy. Icon. I can maybe gear. You know what? We said maybe he'd be an engineering student, and I was thinking programming with that for some reason. But you know what I actually think would be better is robotics. We haven't had any kids explore robotics. I think that could be really rad. So let's go in his likes. Let's say fitness, not so much. Programming, yes. Research debate, yes. Robotics, yes. Cute. Kimmy. I don't know what career path. I know I want to make Kimmy a option, just one of the options for our next matriarch slash matriarch, but I don't know what her job would be. Say yes to video gaming. Yes to tattooing. Yes to singing. Okay. I'll have to think on that a little bit. I'm happy with that for now. Also, to help keep track, I know if I don't touch the game for a while, I forget who and what is going on. Yeah, that's understandable. I wind up having to go back on my VODs a lot for different things, so I feel like that doesn't happen to me as much, but occasionally when we have like special streams and things like that, it'll take me a while to like get back to our routine, so Stop, they're so cute. Foggy makes such cute kids. What am I supposed to do? I'm obsessed with them all, actually. Ah, cute, cute, cute. All right, my gamers. As I mentioned, I'm going to try to be a little bit better about not taking such long streams. I think it'll allow me to stream more often if I'm better about that. So I think this is a good spot for us. We made some good progress. I was happy to be well enough to catch up with you all because I was missing you all this week. I'm hoping to stream again tomorrow. It kind of depends on how my body holds up after streaming today because I've been having some trouble with my hands. But I feel pretty good right now, so I'm feeling pretty hopeful that I could come hang out tomorrow again. So I will let you know in the Discord if that's the case. As always, I always post it in the Discord and I always post it on Blue Sky. So if you want to be up to date on stream stuff, those are the best two places to catch us. And I'm going to go find someone for us to do a wee little raid to, so that y'all can still go hang out with someone. Thank you for all of your support today. Your catch-up chats were lovely. The raids were very much appreciated, the chats and everything. And I hope that you all have a good rest of your Thursday. And where do we want to go today? Let's see. We've got a lot of wonderful options, so just give me a moment to check out where we might actually land. Hi Aries, if you have channel points, we have a redeem for our Discord just to keep it safe. And if not, feel free to save them up. I don't think it's too expensive of one. And then I'll whisper it to you once you redeem it. That's how it works here. Just for extra safety. Okay. We're gonna go raid my friend Neo. We haven't had a chance to raid her in a bit, and she's playing, I think, her first day or pretty early in the Very Veggie Challenge, which I know a lot of you have been trying out too. Neo's really funny. She's just a hobby streamer, so she doesn't go live that often, so seeing her live, I want to support it. And I think y'all will enjoy the vibes over there. She's currently got a box build and a broken refrigerator, so it's going interestingly. I hope you all have fun with Nail. I'll give her a little shout out in case Twitch is twitchy and leaves anybody behind. Here are our raid messages. That first one's going to be if you have access to a sub. And the second one is for anyone and everyone to be able to grab. And again, I hope I can see you tomorrow. But if not, I hope that you have a good rest of your week. And I'll talk to you all soon. Bye, friends. Bye, 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 bye.